What's up, guys? Sorry that we had to switch over. Welcome back. I'm so happy to have you guys. I saw Mark is here. Hello. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all the support. Um, so I know that you guys heard it already, the first two that are here, but I'll go over it again for everybody else. So, welcome to my stream. I am streaming a $550 buy-in, million in the prize pool right now. That could change, it could go up, I'm not sure. But that's where we're at right now. We start with 30,000 in chips. I have a little over 30 right now. I won the first two hands that I played. I haven't played much since. Let me know if you guys can hear me. It should be good to go. And if there's any echo, please let me know. Oh, look at that. You guys know I love those numbers. 444. So in less than an hour, I'm going to have another table opening. I registered before I started, so I didn't have to go back to the lobby. But that one is a 110, 30,000 in the prize pool. Remember, I can't say the G word. Sorry I missed you guys on Sunday. I wasn't feeling 100%, and I don't like to play unless I'm feeling 100, mind, body, and soul. So I feel great today. I had a good pregame warm up. It worked out. I did about, I think, 3 miles, maybe more, on my trail, and then I did some arm workouts, and I'm ready to go. I feel great, and I would love to run in this millie. So these guys have shown to be on the aggressive side. So I expect a 3-bet here on the button. Nope. Possibly a squeeze here or here, but I didn't feel like opening an ace deuce. I could go either way, 6-hand it. Preferably we want to be suited there. We are pretty deep, 151 big blinds, but as you guys know, this goes pretty fast, the blind levels. But yeah, so that's why I am very last minute with streaming, because I wait until I feel 100% and I know for sure I'm going to be playing and go from there. So sorry about that, guys. I know it's hard to make plans to watch something when you don't know, but I'm grateful for those of you that are here, and I hope we can have another run together. Last time was so much fun. We got Queen 6 suited in the big blind. Biddy. Hi. Thank you. I'm getting a little over 4-1 with Queen 6 suited. We can pill here. One more club would have been nice. So if we got like a club turn or something other than the king, we could have just let out and hoped to take over. I mean, he checked the flop and he like has a lot of tens and jacks with his 3 big blind range. So we could wrap some small flushes and stuff, but yeah, we just did a bad turn because he could also have, you know, some kings. I think with the 3 big blind open, he's normally don't have those hands. But yeah, he's not good. So if we get a non-spade, like a pretty favorable club, etc., or something under a king, we could have tried to take over, but so blind versus blind, king jack is a bit nitty to raise folds. Unfortunately, it's just a terrible flop. But I could also just limp call because these are the hands like when we're not this deep that you don't want to get blown off your equity. So you can limp call. And there's been times where I just limp my whole range and they just can never gauge where I'm at. And then you could add in some limp raises. Depending on your opponent on the left of you, it's going to kind of dictate what you want to do. But I don't know him. We just started. There's not really any history, but we'll see what happens. We'll start to get some more info put together and see what our best plan of action is. I don't like ever coming in with any type of strategy or game plan because I don't know who I'm playing with. I don't have any notes on any of these guys. It looks like maybe a little bit of a different field because the higher buy-in. So yeah, I'll have to get some info and go from there. If he's super, super, super aggressive, then we just want to start limping our whole range and then limp raising the top of our range. And then we want to balance it with some lighter limp raises. But all right, it looks like there's a bit of an echo. I'm going to try to fix it. Okay, let me know if this fixes it. If you have a weaker opponent on your left, you can start raising all your very bad hands that you can raise fold and that you're not worried about the equity. And you could also raise your good range hands and your value hands, all your hands, um, because they're not going to re-raise you a lot. They're not going to light 3-bet you. They're on the tight side, so we don't want to limp a lot of those hands because then you give them free flops and you really don't know where they're at. It's kind of hard to gauge. I like to be the driver a lot for this reason. If you don't come in raising, you really don't know where you're at, like ever. So, but with a super aggressive opponent, you can just limp your whole range and utilize those limp 3-bets or limp raises. It's like, well, fitness is going to be super aggressive. He's got 31% BPIP, which I thought it was going to be higher. But, and Gladiator is super, super high. 18 hands, 72%. That's weird. So I float to get a check back on the turn and fire some safe rivers. However, like he's just pounding pot here, which is kind of weird. He actually probably has a hand. He might have some type of jack. Or he's just going to be uber aggressive. It seems like he's going to be uber aggressive. That's probably why I should have taken the 3-bet pre-flop with ace-9 offsuit. But it felt like he was going to barrel ace high boards, and I felt like he was behind our range because he is raising light. So I took the flop so that he would barrel the ace and we'd be disguised, but it didn't pay off. It looks like he's going to be uber aggressive, which is awesome. I love super aggressive players. So this is a high risk raise right here just because he's so aggressive behind. But he did not squeeze there. You don't get the best board. This is a lot of draws right here. He might just have like a king queen or like an 8-9 and check back. He's got some showdown value here. And he doesn't. Or just save a little face with the time bank, act like we didn't double barrel with anything. Cooper Fox, I wonder if that's my friend Maggie. Was that Maggie? Oh, good. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad it sounds better. Well, Poker Fox definitely has a 10. I have a 5. So maybe they both have 10s. Nope, Jessica has a. So Poker Fox called that check raise with king queen. Wow, and ace jack wins? What's up, Daryl? Thank you. Appreciate it. Not the best start. Down about 6.4, but that's okay. Still plenty of action and plenty of time. 78 big blinds. I don't think that's Maggie. So, had everyone fold it to me. We kind of want to pick and choose our hands based off of stack sizes and players who are in the blinds. So their tendencies, are they real super active? Do they 3-bet a lot? What's their 3-bet frequency? If they have a high 3-bet frequency, our opening range needs to shrink a little bit. So it doesn't have to shrink a ton, but you actually want to be raising a lot more hands that are value instead of like light hands. And then you also just want to get rid of your super light opens, especially if you have two aggressive players in the blind, because the chances of them not 3-betting is low. So yeah, I mean, if you got two tidies in the big blind and the small blind, then oh my goodness. Okay, well, I was trying to 3-bet that and I got clocked out again. It's hard to slide over. I gotta get used to this. I'm working off of a device that I don't typically work off of, and yeah. We flop a set of sevens. He's super, super aggressive, so hence why I set mine and pill here. Try to let him catch up. That's not the best turn for us, but he doesn't have too many 8s or 3s in his range, but he may try to rep it. Nope. Ouch. If we just get like an ace or a queen, we're getting paid. I may have been able to get value on the river if he wanted to get froggy with ace high, which he might have. However, I felt the chances of him as a super aggressive player of getting value in that hand is checking, because I felt like he has, you know, just 2 overcards, and hoping that he tries to still. Being his aggression factor is so high, I'm gonna lean heavier on check calling than leading. And then when you lead on that board, you don't want to give leverage to get raised there, because he may not have the 8 and we probably end up calling, but you still give him leverage to raise and rep the 8. So I'd rather check and entice him to bet his ace highs. Yes, Daryl, it's 1 million right now. It could go over, but I'm not sure. They are running $55 satellites for this, and then it's $550 to buy in also. So we defend king 4 and get a king and turn a 4. So I like a check raise here, especially he's gonna slow down. I want to try to get some value from some hero ace 10s or ace queens or ace jacks, and possibly some solo kings like king queen, king jack, king 10. So I go a little on the heavy side, thinking that he probably has some type of king. And he actually heroed with the first hand I said, ace 10. That's funny. But yeah, our hand just doesn't look like much on that board, especially when it pairs the 2. We don't have a lot of 2s. We don't have a lot of kings. We didn't bet the turn. So yeah, I mean, I don't blame him for the ace high call, and I felt like I could get value with that sizing. Looks a little bluffy. Yes, Daryl, Club GG Poker is getting massive. Like, this, a milli is wild. So, Queen 3 suited could be a call here on the button a lot of times. However, with this guy right here, he's squeezy. So if this guy calls and he has a pretty high percentage to come over the top to squeeze there. So I don't like a lot of dead money spots, meaning if there's aggressive players behind you and you're just pilling to play in position, and you don't have a 3-bet call hand, then if you put yourself in that spot over and over and over again, you're going to be bleeding chips. So there's certain times I can call with Queen 3 there, and then certain times I'm just going to fold. Everything I do is based off of history, the players and the stack sizes behind me, their tendencies, their aggression frequency and factors. And then also I work really hard to know the math, which always stumps me. Numbers are not my thing. So people in the psychology side is my thing. Um, my reads are my thing. Uh, Finding their hands are my thing. Math's not my thing. But I also go based off of feel a lot too. So like there are times that I am in spots where I know I'm ahead, but I have a terrible feeling. Like, I'll tell you the craziest story. So I got into a massive pot at the Beau Rivage, and I can't remember the exact action, but I think it went a little something like this. So I check raised 2 pair off the flop and got 2 calls on a 2 club board. And then I continued heavy on the turn, and I got 2 players to go all in right behind me. And um, I went into the tank and I looked at both of them and I said, I know I have you guys beat right now. I said, but you're both on flush draws and I'm not going to fade. And I folded my 2 pair, and sure enough, ace high flush draw and some other flush draw with a straight draw of some sort, like a 7-8 clubs or 5-6 of clubs, something like that. And river flush. It was crazy. But yeah, in those spots, like sometimes you guys will see like there's spots where you should really be calling like must calls, or you should really be folding, or etc. But I just get these like gut feelings that it's the correct play, but I'll lose it. So then in those spots, I just have to go with my overwhelming gut because I mean, I trust my gut more than anything, and I tend to do a lot better if I go with my gut. But there's going to be, a lot of spots where you're just like, there's no way I can fold this. Like, you guys can tell, like, I'm in the tank. I don't want to call. It's intense, but I'm like, there's just no way I can fold this because over time, if you're folding in those spots, it's not correct. But yeah, so if I ever do anything weird, guys, it's because sometimes I go with my gut, and yeah. Do you guys go with gut or feel or math? How do you play? I feel like if I always went by math, I feel like a robot. It's no fun. It's not creative. That's why I could never just study charts and GTO and any of that stuff because it feels like it's not my game and it's not my creation and I'm not creative, etc. And that's totally fine if you do. Um, it's just not my style. So it looks like we have late reg for another 55 minutes. I'm currently about midfield, 38 out of 84. Day 2 will be in the money, and we're playing to 10% of the field remain or blind level 30. And I believe day 2 will be on Sunday. I have to double check, but if I make it, I will be definitely recording it. Streaming with you guys. My lucky charms. That's the worst turn because that's his continue to barrel turn. And he goes pot. Ooh, pretty head. Pretty head. Guys, I'd rather 3-bet this hand than just flat here, but off 60 big blinds versus 47, I don't want to be blown off of such a pretty hand equity-wise, so I just pill and see what happens. Unfortunately, play out of position, but I typically like to be the driver if I'm playing a hand, so being the driver is so much more successful than just calling a lot out of position. Because say I 3-bet here, we get the perfect 3-bet continuation flop on king high, and then we have backdoor equity. If we get called like now, we would probably slow down here and check, obviously, because he calls, and then we would reverse. He might have pocket kings though. Nope, he has ace king. Yeah, I mean if we 3-bet, he just pops us, so. He definitely 4-bets us. We see it, I think. 8-2 is real trashy. If it was suited and these two behind us were on the super tight side, and say we're close to the money and they're just overfolding, or on the bubble, we could open those. But yeah, that's just a terrible hand, and we'll just fold it. We get a table change. It doesn't look like I've played with any of these guys. I have no notes, but I'm gonna be slightly under second, or slightly under third in chips. Yay, my bestie's watching. Hi, Amber. I love you. It looks like one of the small stacks got in with pocket 5 and flops a boat in a double. We got some garbage suited in the big blind. Very good flop for us. Backdoor straight draw, flush draw. Try to get a little value in this pot. No waiting, we turn it. We're gonna check so he leads. Tries to seal with like a small pair. He could even have two pair, but yeah, he bets kind of small. I wanted to raise more, but I was afraid of timing out. Dang, he had this straight. Ah, I really need to get this time bank situation fixed. I don't know how much more he was gonna call, but I want it to go to 8 big blinds, 6 to 8 big blinds. That hurts. That hurts. That hurts. I'm a little bummed that happened, but we'll get it back. I don't know that he calls too much more with the hearts out. All right, guys, we got a quick break. I'll be right back. If I'm pretty sure I probably cost myself about 4 big blinds there. I don't think he's folding, but I have severe anxiety when I hear that beep, beep, beep go off because I can't tell you how many times it's literally snap folded my hand after that. So I'd rather get a min click in there than to lose my hand. Sometimes my extended time bank goes into action and sometimes it doesn't. And I really got to find out, talk to someone if there's a way to fix that, or maybe if I get the membership, I have a higher time bank and it automatically extends. For now, if you guys hear that beep, 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 then I might rush a little bit. Okay, it looks like the other one is starting too. So this one is a 110 30K prize pool as of now. So I will be playing both of them. At the same time. So King 10 here is good enough to open up. We flop an open ender, so it's perfect continuation flop for us. We do have the backdoor heart also. So if we continue the queen, we could get check raised and then we don't get to see our equity. So I just ended up checking there. And we get a brick river, and I don't think he's gonna fold a lot. So, I mean, he could have just had a 9-10 and he's trapping here, but he had a 4-5. Could have barreled the queen. We have 4-5 off.
Bummer, we got no calls with our Joker hand of tens. I love tens so much. This is my set hand. I get tens, I usually flop a set of tens. I haven't seen these two be too aggressive. I'm gonna try to get this one through. We get a pretty good flop for my range, but he does have some of this in his range, so we shall see. We got backdoor diamonds, if anything, but I absolutely could have barreled this, but the problem is I have no equity when we get called. So if I barrel, I have no plan and no equity on the river. We just gotta fold. From the small blind, he has some king jacks, ace tens, ace nines, ace eights, stuff like that. So, but he is not going to fold. So, ace three suited could go either way. I could three bet or I could just call. There was no money
in the pot, no other callers, so I take it less as a squeeze and try to be more of like a trappy hand because we can make super nuts, right, with the flush. And then also, if he's raising light, he's gonna barrel a lot of the ace boards and just not put us on a lot of aces. Uh, uh, so I don't mind being a disguise when there's no money to kind of squeeze with there out in the middle. And then also we have a nutted hand, a potentially nutted hand. I would have loved to have had this hand in this position. See? A9 suited is deep bomb. Sorry, guys. Be right back. So it looks like Asian OMC is going to defend just about any hand in the big blind. So he was in there with 2-3 or 2-4 off. So that's kind of just about any hand. What are you guys up to tonight? Anyone playing anything? We flop trip tens and big blind's gonna lead. We just time bank for a little bit, make it seem like we're not sure if we want to call. There's no real reason to raise with this player behind us. It kind of telegraphs the hand. So Rebuy Johnson probably has a 2. It's very hard for him to play a 10 like this and have a 10, especially when I have the 10. So how many halves the 10? If we're up against quads, that would be so sick, but I don't think we are. He also had the 10, unfortunately, but with me just flatting, we got B. Williams to make some moves behind us. So we got a little more in the pot there. If only we just bink a king on the river, right? That would be so sick. And Rebuy Johnson played that crazy. He led with trip 8 or trip 10s, continued to boat. Yeah, that's definitely something to label or to write about because he is capable. The way that he played that is usually the 2. It's like you're never worried about the 10. He did play it very crazily. The reason I say crazily is because you don't really want to lead into players when you flop the 10 right there. Because one, you don't want to bet anyone out. So you don't want to lessen their chances of improving their hand on the turn or even the river. So like a check call would play a little bit better, especially when there's 2 players behind you. Kind of give them leverage to bluff. And then over pairs, I forgot what I was gonna say about over pairs, but yeah, you kind of want to put the ball in the 2 other players' courts when you're that strong, because they could both potentially fold just like 2 over cards, and you get no action. So any 10 suited, I'm always defending if I have stack to do so, because as you guys can see, 10s love me and I love them. Not so much this time. This is a pretty good continuation for me with my hand. I'll just take it down. So now I am 70 or 65th of 109 players in the million. And 25 minutes left of late reg. And then for the 30K, we still have an hour and 40 minutes of late reg, and I'm about mid pack, 42nd of 95. I got ace 8 off. This is a 3-bet hand. I'd prefer it suited, but this is such a wide range right here. So we normally just get it through. We get pushed back on, we gotta fold. We get through. Live sounds like fun tomorrow night and Saturday night. Ooh, I've been meaning to get out to uh the lodge. They're having I might have missed it. Did I miss it? No. Okay, so the plan is to bag day 2 of this and then go play the 300 monster. Um, is it 500K guarantee? I don't know. They were guaranteeing a lot. Oh, shoot, I said the word. Not good. Yep, it's gonna be a big prize pool, but I might have just got my stream deleted. It's so hard not to say that word. Where are the premium hands, guys? I think, what was my best hand? Ace 5 offsuit. No, and ace 9 offsuit. Alright, we need a warm up. Send the juice, guys. Lucky charms, lucky charms. Let's do this. So ace jack of hearts could go either way there. I just elected to flat, being it was under the gun razor. So give him a little bit of credit. Over here, king high is definitely in our range. And we have the second nut flush draw, backdoor straight draw. This one we're incredibly deep with the ace as an over, so I definitely, it's okay to pill here. I could try to pound and rep 3 of the diamonds, but I don't know that I'll get through there, so have to barrel here. And we break. Hopefully he bricked too. Oh, we got snapped. Oh my gosh. I felt like he bricked too. Oh my god, he did, but he hit the 8. That's so sick. Oh my gosh. Alright, well, we're out of the millie. It's too late to refire that one, but I'll probably, let's see. I think another one starts shortly. That's so sick. That's so gross. I literally thought that he was on a flush and possibly a straight draw or just like a, but I thought his straight draw would be Broadway straight draw. He missed but hit the 8 for the straight. Oh my gosh, if he hits the diamond, we just take his stack. Whoops. Gosh. This is so gross. That is so gross. Alright. Apparently I need to run better. Play better too. Did not see a 7-9 in his range. Alright, well, I'll check in on break. We'll probably get into the next one. If not, do it tomorrow or Saturday. I'm not big on pushing days, like if I'm like not running good, not getting hands. It normally doesn't feel like it shifts, and I know you can still win without getting hands, but it's tough. And I like to play when I'm getting a little bit of favor, but we'll see. It does shift sometimes. We see, we see. But yeah, that was pretty brutal. That 9 high flush draw versus queen high flush draw, and he hits the 8. That was definitely our hand. You guys see how tough this is? Yeah, it's never good when you have queen high and they snap draw or snap call. I mean, he just like the way that he plays his hand is like a draw. He definitely has some type of draw. The straight draws miss, but he could have had like a combo Broadway with like an ace high that if we check, he checks with or he wins with ace highs. Hence another reason why I have to shove there. Because if I have the read, he misses his flush draw, then we could be ahead with queen high. But honestly, if he follows two streets, he should probably have a decently high flush draw. We had the second nut flush draw, so he does have some ace flush draws. So he did play his hand like a draw. I felt like he could have had some type of Broadway draw with like um the ace with the diamonds. So hence why I took a shove there. And then also we don't have to show the queen or hand. Less showdowns the better, but yeah, just kind of ran into a bad situation there. I really just didn't give him that range on his stack size and the calls that he made. But well, there is still some money to be made here. Hopefully we can warm up a little bit. There's he opens 4.2 big blinds. This deep with this hand, I can take a defend. And completely break. So when the opener checks back, it's like either super nut it or not, but when he checks turn, it's not, but he could have rivered the jack. We're probably good. So I was just gonna check call. He's laughing. I feel like he says 9-7 LMFAO. Yeah, that's how I felt the last time. See, we gotta go talk to that other guy. But I mean, really, he had ace-6 off, so I don't know which one's more funny. So we flop top pair with a gutter ball, and we're just gonna check. Now we have a flush draw, gutter ball, and top pair. Try to get some value in here. He really doesn't ever have us on the jack, so he'll call any pair here. He had the jack, but got better jack. Now he's laughing. He just keeps laughing. Love a good table retard, he said. How am I a retard? Why is he he just opened shop? Oh my gosh. Instant karma for talking crap. See ya, enforcer. He's laughing at that guy. See, guys, you can't talk crap to me. Instant karma. Okay, so this is going to be good enough to 3-bet here. And honestly, I like to go a little bit smaller sizing. Here, it looks more nutted. This guy's just going to shove his whole stack in. Okay, Davy Crockett. You got it, bud. A little too much. Guys, if you are just joining, I have busted the millie as of now. I triple barreled a second nut flush draw and ran into an inferior flush draw that rivered a straight. So that was pretty unfortunate because it could have gone such a better way. Wow, quads versus nut boat. Getting some hands today. Not me, but them. So I'm still in the 30K. There's still an hour and 20 minutes left of reg. I'm 78th out of 134. Been a pretty cold day as far as hands go, but hopefully it changes. My bestie's messaging me. She said she thought the instant karma was funny. She what are these guys doing? I really want to call this. It's a big raise. What is the check for? He has like ace kings, ace queens, even some ace jacks, but I think we're good. Ace king. And honestly, I could have tried for some value there, because they do like to call with a lot of aces, but I don't know that he would have taken a chance that he put some value in by trying to bluff at it. And yeah, so I'm super deep. I have a big stack. So 7-8 suited blind versus blind, 5 big blinds. I truly feel like that could go either way. You could raise or fold, and you probably want to fold more than call. But I'm not folding that deep. So, not with ace breaker hands. I knew you'd love that, Amber. He called me the R word and then like it's the bus. See you later. I hope someone shows him this stream. He runs into creeks. I think he was a wild animal though. He was really wild. All right, so I'm 50th of 137 now. Ooh. And we got queen nine suited, queen nine suited. All right. Let's go for like a 3-bet here and see what happens. So we got Davy Crockett who likes to 4-bet crazy. But remember this 5 big blind looks a little more nutted than the 6.5 big blind raise, and I think it's harder to come over the top if you're paying attention. It looks a lot more mudded. The idea is to take the position away from him and be the driver in the hand. We do flop top pair with backdoor straight and flush draw. Good continue flop for us. But like I said, remember, if I'm playing, I like to be the driver. I don't like to just flat queen nine here because it incentivizes these back stacks to squeeze, right? But if I 3-bet and I look nut at sizing, I take over the drive. So I am driving the pot, I am driving the action. It's a lot easier to drive than to follow. So I take over and then I bet a lot of the flops, a high percentage of flops, and go from there. So it just worked out. We got a perfect flop for our hand. And unfortunately, he just checks folds, but it's better than getting check raised with queen nine there. But yeah, guys, we definitely want some light 3-bets. The reason we want light 3-bets is because we need to be getting paid with our heavy 3-bets. So if you are not light 3-betting and you have a low light 3-bet frequency, you are going to be televising your hands. So if the table knows that you are not light 3-betting, then they could fold correctly against you every single time. Knit fold decent hands. You're never going to get paid on your bigger hands. So you want to choose good positions. You want to choose places where you're not going to get reshoved on a lot from the backside. The aggression frequency behind is going to have a lot to do with how light and how often you can 3-bet. If you got 2 tight players in your blinds or your button blind and small blind, you can light 3-bet a little more often. I kind of feel like these 2 players behind me are on the less 3-bet frequency side. So let me make sure. Um, that guy has a massive VPEP, but this one doesn't. So actually, did he just get moved there? I thought there was a different player there. But yeah, Mambo has, let's check out Mambo. He has 6%. The Afterbuck has a 57% VPIP. He is wild man. And mine's 25%. And I got a 75% win at Showdown. That's actually really good considering. Yeah, it was Ember for sure. Yay! I feel like my bestie's in the room now. I wish I could see you guys though. Is there a way that we could like stream all you guys in and put your little faces up on the screen? It's like really weird to talk to people that I cannot see. Like I cannot see my friends, but I know you're there. It's still something I got to get used to. It makes me feel like I'm talking to myself essentially. So that's why I ask you guys to drop in on the chat if you guys are here. So I have Queen 9 offsuit in the big blind. It's going to be a good enough for a defend. These guys are all raising really big. The flop top pair. Hmm. I kind of feel like that's a big heart draw. The ace is bad for us though. Yeah. Darn it. Okay, so yeah, I think he barreled and had like an ace king with the king of heart or the jack of heart, 10 of heart, ace of heart, and he just hits his miracle river. Any non-ace and any non-heart, we're calling the river. We just get a bad river. Super bad river. I think I definitely feel like we were ahead until the river. These guys are massively aggressive tonight. He has a boat. Dang, he called that with king queen. Look at his face. That was super cool. How did he do that? Okay, apparently if you get it, I don't know. I'm assuming you have to get a membership to do cool stuff like that. I haven't figured it out yet. Now I gotta look into it. Amber, you gotta figure out how to chat. Are you barking at me? Yeah. Hey. Come here. Come here. Amber, you see Angel? Oh, you're heavy, buddy. Say hi. Mm, this is the star of the show. Say hi. Say hi. Okay, buddy. You're kind of heavy. Okay, let's go. Oh, okay. You want to say like that? Oh, she got me right on the nose. Okay, buddy. I'm gonna lay on your bed. You want me to move it over here? Yep. There you go. Angel's too heavy to be on my lap, unfortunately. I miss my little Mard. But I'm gonna get a new little Yorkie at some point, no time soon. And I'm going to name him Romeo. What do you guys think about Romeo for a little Yorkie? And I'm gonna get him a little jersey, a self-made jersey that says Romeo on it. But my biggest dream, guys, is to get a bunch of land and have a couple different houses on that land for my family and for my bestie, Amber. And I want a monkey, a parrot, um, all the dogs that I rescue, maybe some raccoons that I rescue. I want all the animals and just have like an animal rescue paradise. And I kind of want to do it on a beach in a different country, maybe Thailand or Costa Rica, and play online poker on the beach and do the rescue. That's my end goal. You guys like it? You love it? I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. I try so hard. I think we need music. I still like my shove because, like, even if he has like a king jack or a king queen or um a decent 10, like ace 10, um any mid pairs that he is floating with, like 9, any mid pairs of non-sets, he's got to fold all those, and I can't win with queen high. So once I barrel the turn, I truly feel like the correct play on the river for that hand as played is to shove. And honestly, 8 was such a safe river for my mind. All right, so we flop an open and a straight draw. He's betting pretty small. Um, so we're definitely pailing. We got the backdoor diamonds, but this player probably has a diamonds. And also when he bets small, he has a lot of diamonds too. So like he bets small, he's not worried about us calling, right? So that advertises to me that he's probably has some diamond draws. Because now he's just pounding it. So he went from super small on this flop. And usually people like to protect their hand when they don't have diamonds, right? So they'll bet half pot or three-quarters pot, especially into so many of us, three of us. So like my open-ended with this diamond shrivels with this information here, so I'm just gonna fold. Unfortunately. Okay, break time. I'll be back. Okay, guys. I registered for the next flight of the 500 millis, so it kicked me out. So I just got to pull this up really quick, and then the 500 milli will start in 30 minutes. So we will continue with the 40K. It looked like my rally cap was not working, so I'm gonna switch this over and try to change it up. And this is our first ace hand in a while, so maybe it worked. Let me get this scaled better. There we go. Okay, so we could 3-bet this, or we could just flat. I'm just gonna flat, considering his 4-bet is a pair shove on his stack. So we're just gonna play ace 10 in position and hope to get a flop, which we don't. I think I left my phone downstairs. I'm probably good here, sharing with his aces. I think he continues everything else. We can try to get him off of it. He's probably calling any ace or queen. Ace, queen, ace, king, stuff like that. But he just folds, so that's good. All right, so the plan is to hopefully have a massive stack in this one and some bounties by the time the millie starts up again. I need to go grab my phone. So if this guy calls, I'll be right back. Okay, I guess I'm waiting. I'm good at table change. I'll be right back. So I want to open here, but with this big stack on the button, this is a lot of 3-bets, right? Because he has the stack to do it. So I'd rather limp call such a creative hand that has a lot of equity, but he didn't raise. Okay. And now we have a flush draw. If you guys notice, I don't limp a lot. Just in certain instances we can, and I do, but hey, I think that the change of hat from rally to regular is working because we've already had ace 10, jack 10 suited, and ace jack of hearts. And we got backdoor straight and flush draw with the queen high. We're gonna definitely continue with no call. We got another ace. Holy moly. I've been pretty active, and ace nine under the gun can be an open. Like to be a little bit steeper if I'm gonna be opening ace nine off, or six hand it, five hand it, maybe even seven hand it. Oh, we got another ace. Unfortunately, not a great ace, but it's an ace. Is that Daniel Negreanu, Kid Poker? Just kidding. It's probably not. So the reason I don't like floating a gutter ball there, and we can in other instances, is because there are two diamonds out, right? So say that he's betting his diamonds and our gutter ball king comes out, just the king of diamonds, then I eliminate that as an out, meaning we only have three outs, and he has all that range, right? He could already be made with the ace king. So yeah, it's just not that great of a spot. If we're super, super deep and we think that he's opening insanely light, we can float to take over, or if you ever think your ace is ahead there, but like with the deuce kicker, we're not doing much there. So yeah, it's okay to just fold that hand. Every ounce of information is going to change the play at hand. So everything that you can calculate and put together is helpful to make all the right decisions. Hey guys, if you're just joining, I am streaming a 110 buy-in, 30K prize pool. I busted the millie, but I registered for the next flight and it's going to start in probably less than 20 minutes. So hopefully I can do better in that flight and slide into day 2 because that is going to be a massive day 2. If you guys are thinking about playing, let me know. This site's amazing. It's obviously got very big GTDs. Can't say that word. Yeah, so I wanted to open Queen 9 suited, but I don't have a deep enough stack really to be opening. Then you got the biggest stack to my direct left, and then a shove stack right behind, and then a shove stack right behind him. A little bit harder to get those hands through. Under the gun, I'm going to get a little more credit here, so I can open ace-3 suited, and then easily fold to resistant. But I like using the illusion that we're super nutted on an early action raise, even though most people know that under the gun now is like the new button. So we get a king high rainbow flop. This is great for a range into 3 players. It's a little bit tougher, but we do have backdoor nut flush draw, the over to the ace, and the straight draw backdoor. So if we do get called, we have some equity. If I had like ace-3 offsuit, I still could potentially rep the king, but I don't recommend it as much because when we do get called, we have no equity other than just the over to the ace. So about 12% equity, and that's not good. I think I'm going to turn some music on. Thank you, Jace. Welcome to my stream. So I just river a 6, and I honestly think he had a draw or a 4, but he could give us a call with a 4. Because I checked the turn, so it doesn't look like I have a lot going on. You call with ace high, yeah. So these guys call very, very light. It is very hard to bluff in this field, especially on the lower buy-ins. This one's a 110, but yeah, it's pretty wild field. So I do not want to get blown off my equity with a bigger stack here, so I'm just gonna limp call. And he does not raise. We have a pair and a flush draw. Gonna try to get him to put some value in for us. And he's not going to, so I'm gonna try to get some. He could have some draws here. The diamonds come in on the turn, but for this guy, it's 6-9. That would have been interesting. This guy had 632. What the heck? So King 8's definitely good enough to open on the button here, even though we have a 3-bet shove stack and a bigger stack here. So what I like to do is I like to time bank for a while because for some reason players think that if you time bank for a while on the button that you're just strong. I have no idea why, but it works. A very strange line, but he probably has like a queen 10 or something. Well, fuzzy wuzzy. Speaking of queen 10, so this one could be a tough one to get through because of these two 3-bet shove stacks, but I'm going to try with queen 10. 30 big blinds, queen 10, I cut off. It's a reasonable open. Shadow's ghosting us. An accident. Then we get an opener's range favor, so I'm going to go ahead and continue. If we get called, we do have equity to the jack, which is small equity, but I have board favor in my range, so ace king's very intimidating to the players when it flops together and I've opened, so we just take it down with queen high, like a boss. And we get a7 suited, which is also suited we can open. Offsuit I don't want to open unless I'm like running the table and I have a massive stack. So a non all in on a short stack like this is like super nutted. Kings, ace king, aces. He looks like he's accidentally timing out here somehow. This shoves probably like ace queen or tens or nines. Because he was. If Shadow makes it back, I expect to see a nutted hand. Super nutted hand. Come on, Casper, you're about to run out of time. Have you guys ever timed out with a massive hand? You're like freaking out. I have. It's not fun. I hope he makes it back. He put the majority of his stack in there. There he is. Hurry, Shadow. Yep, he had queens. He was nutted. Oh my gosh, I would have flapped nut flush draw. And a backdoor straight draw and brick. Yeah, so guys, sizing tells are a big thing. When he has a 3-bet shove stack and he decides to 3-bet not shove, 8 blinds and leave 5 blinds black, which in this case almost affected him because he almost timed out. But that to me, it's like an easy tell. He has like ace king is the bottom of his range. And when you get to like a top tier level, um, Cause like super crushers, they could do this. They could like click there and leave a little bit back on light 3 bets, but you're not gonna see it a lot on this level. So, and you really don't want to try it versus players who aren't thinking players because they're never gonna fold their hand. But like to me, if I had, a pretty big hand there, like ace 10 suited, ace 9 suited, etc. I just know like he's sitting on a monster and it's easier to fold those hands. He's just kind of telegraphing. So like a lot of players say online you can't, it's hard to read people and you'd rather be live so you can read people, but honestly, if you start to pay attention to sizing, stack sizes, what they do on each street, etc., you should be able to get reads based off of sizing and you don't have to see them per se. It is easier when you can put the whole story together, the sizing story, and then you get the read off of them. That helps me a lot. But online, it helps you not to be lazy with paying attention to the sizing, stack sizes, etc. And because that's all we have. So live, you maybe would get lazy and be like, well, I could just stare him down and figure out if he's weaker, loose or not, or weaker, nervous. But here we got to go with sizing tells. So, yep, Shadow definitely had a monster hand there. But even in Fuzzy Wuzz's shoes, um, I mean, he had King Jack. I would have folded King Jack. But so there's 36 minutes left in this 30K GTD. And if you guys are just joining, welcome. And also, I did bust the Millie already. It was probably like 30 minutes left of reg still when I bust it. But the blinds and the stack size is pretty shallowed because the levels are so fast. So instead of re-buying into that Millie there, I just got into the next fight, which is going to start here very shortly, probably about 5 to 10 minutes. And hopefully I can get a big bag for a big day too. So I could potentially squeeze here, but these stack sizes aren't really fit to squeeze here. If I squeeze, I got to rip my whole stack, and then I still have him, the opener, and him behind. So if he doesn't have such a massive stack, I could do that. See, this is the problem here, is running into it from behind. So I did take a flat. Fortunately, it works out in my favor because this is a pretty big hand right here. Oh, no, he didn't. Could have flopped the gutter ball, backdoor flush draw, and brick. Yeah, that's the problem too. When they open on such a small stack, it's like a lot of them are opening on a hand that they're going to call off on with that stack. So yeah, there's a potential squeezes there with Queen Jack suited, but I didn't like the stack sizing that I was facing. So this guy didn't get dealt in. 7-8 offsuit. We could play in position here. We did flop a flush draw with a 7 of spade. It makes it easy to continue on the king high with the spade draw. And we'll just take it down. No action with fours. I'm not sure why I have that little heater by my name, but it makes me feel good. All right, so the 550 milli just started back up again. And it looks like I have played with one of the players on the table. That's good news. I'm going to have some notes on him. Let's check it out. Okay, so it looks like he's kind of fishy. That's positive. Try to scale this for you guys. All right, time to run good. Says Robbie's Jade Lou, but I don't know if it's her. Probably not. So I decided to open 3-4 suited on the button, and it looks like gonna flop a flush. I'm definitely gonna charge for a bigger flush, and he's just gonna check raise a big diamond if he has it. So. Unfortunately, he has nothing, but we take it down. So in the milli, we start with 30,000 in chip. There's 2 hours of late reg, which goes by pretty fast. And I remember this player from the first bullet. And he is, I believe, pretty wild. We're gonna keep an eye on him, and this one's pretty fishy, so it looks like we're gonna have a fun table. But look, it has a Robbie J. Lou picture. Wonder if that's Robbie. Does anyone know if she plays on Club GG? Let's see if it's her. Wow, Kid Poker just had a massive dodge. Very nice. But unfortunately, I just don't think we're gonna get through on that. Wow, I missed it. He's already doubled. And it looks like the new player I have notes on. No notes, but I got a red label, so that usually just means pretty questionable behavior. Things are gonna hold there. I can just shove this with those two stacks. But they'll call off pretty light here. This one's really light, and this one's fairly light, so. He flops. So we flop an ace, so he flops a set. We had a backdoor flush draw, but no bueno. So I am short in this one now. Shove stack. Need some old school music. What do you guys listen to? Can you guys see me if I turn this off? I think I run better if it's not so bright in here. It's like, it's not that, it doesn't look that bright, but it's super bright on me. If I'm playing a big hand, I'll turn it on. That way, if I need highlights. Was it too low light for you guys? He was just 7 big blinds after a lift. I don't need to 3-bet. It's such a deep sizing. Tell one, he's gonna slow down if he doesn't have a pocket pair usually on the turn. Because I called 7 big blinds pre, I got a tighter range, and he does check. And we river a 10, and this is a real sticky field, and he might call with ace king, so I'm gonna bet it. Oh, he had 9s. Did you guys see that? He had 9s. He called river. But 10 big blinds, Jack 10 suited. If we do get called, we have a lot of equity, a lot of boards that will favor us. So I'm going to get it in. This might be a looser call also because he's got a big stack. He's going for my bounty, but under the gun shove 10 big blinds is usually a pretty tight range. And the blinds were about to go up, so if I did not take that hand, I would be very, very short in the big blind. See, could have shoved that hand, but I'd definitely rather shove this hand. It looks like low lighting is fine. I really want to get this in with 8 big blinds. It's such a pretty hand. So when he opens 4, we have no fold equity. We got 3 players still behind us. And he had queens, so we would have had 3 outs. 30% plus 2% for the suit, so we'd have 32%. So king queen is a fist bump shove. Let's get her. Looks like my friend Tim's joining. What's up, Tim? Thank you for the feedback. And it looks like the low light is fine, so that's good. Yeah, that light is very bright. So I am glad you guys are good with it. Oops, sorry. I was all in and I wasn't even on that screen. Sorry. We got through though. I knew no one was calling. Can you guys hear the music at all? So King Jack suited is definitely gonna open this. And honestly, when everyone's this deep, I like to raise 2.5, sometimes even 3. It depends on who's in the big blind and what stack. But there's no 2-5 option, and so I am just clicking it on these ones. So I get a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, and a pair of kings, and then this favors are open big time. But unfortunately going to get 2 calls behind, so we kind of want a 10 of diamond, a queen of diamond, or a king. That's not the best hand. So hopefully whoever hit the flush is gonna be fancy and check it. If they hit the flush, but with two players calling on that board, I've got the king, someone's got the ace. I guess, yep, there's a set. So I'm glad the spade comes out to lose. Could have lost a lot more there, but I wasn't calling the river. Unless it was like check to him and he bet small, depending, but yeah, wasn't gonna lose much there. Thankfully for the spades, we get saved because I did not see a set going. But yeah, when you get called two ways on that board, it's never good. Even if I had a decent ace, I wouldn't feel great about it. So again, no fold equity with an ace deuce off. I don't like it. I'm about to get the button, but I only have 19 seconds left. King 7 suited, we're gonna put in a little 3-bet. We get cold called from behind, never great. Into one of them, I like a continue. I don't like a continue here with this cold call right here. Yeah, I don't like his range. And I gotta get through two of them. There's also a flush draw out, so. Cut my losses. So I'm getting pretty short here though. 6.7 big blinds. 9 minutes left of reg. Gonna have to get it in here shortly. No music at all? Okay. So I turned it off, but if you couldn't hear it earlier, then. So I'm currently 14th in chips out of 49 players in this flight. Hour and 38 minutes left of reg. We are in level 4. And then this one, I have no bounties. I'm super short, and it's going to take a small miracle. Not a big miracle, but a small miracle. Here we go. This is the start of our miracles. I'm gonna hit the flush. I feel spades. Do you guys feel spades? I feel spades. We're flipping with threes. We turn a 9. And we hold. Okay. Let's do this. He's all in. There's a bounty. And there's only one player behind us, so I'm gonna ISO ace three. We get called. He has jack eight. We're ahead. We have a hard draw. We're not ahead anymore. Heart. There we go. Nice, and we get the bounty. It's progressive, so we get half, but we take the rest in our stack. And now we get a decent stack. I'm surprised he called off 15 big blinds there, I guess for the double bounty, but we're kind of on small bounties. I don't know. I went to call dark, but meanwhile we have ace nine. I'm gonna limp call this one. We flop a king. I might check call. Uh, should catch some of his bluffs, but he decided to check. My flush or my straight should be good here. Ace five behind us. Okay, so it looks like we're gonna have a quick break. I'm 16th of 54 chip wise in that one, and 18th now of 107 in this one, and the reg is about to close in that one. I'll be back. Made it back in the nick of time. Thank you, Mark. Thank you. I finally got a bounty. But I went from 6 big blinds and like close to last place to 18th in chips out of 114. That was a very good comeback. See if I can make a good run with it. I have, let's see. Sorry guys, I wanted to see this hand really quick. So it looks like Limati is gonna get min clicked, which is usually a very big hand. So I bet Meter Waves probably has ace, king, aces, maybe even king. But I'd say aces or ace, king, and Lamati might have like a king, queen suited that he's not willing to fold. Looks like we'll probably see it. He's gonna shove in probably. These players don't like to fold, so Lamati's not folding king, queen. Yep. Oh my gosh, I was right about Lamati, but dang, Meter Waves didn't have enough. Well, he turned a flush draw with ace, queen of hearts, but yeah, I can't blame him for shoving, but this side don't get a lot of folds. So king, queen's definitely calling the river. All right, let's see. All short stacks behind us. Yeah, we're gonna get this in. Because even if they call, it's okay. Go for the bounty. Oh, he flipped 2 pair. Sorry guys, we missed what happened, but I can pretty much tell you I got the side pot. I got the side pot over here, and Meter Waves tripled up, which if you guys didn't notice, Meter Waves is over the one that just triple barreled over here. So I thought he was tilted too, but this I can try to raise and fold. I'm so happy that you guys are okay with this lighting because it is nice. Looks like I got a bounty though. Let's see what happened on that hand. Oh wow. Okay, so Phoenix Kid called off behind and I had forgot that I covered all them. So I got his bounty and then meter waves tripled up. So I ended up getting a bounty and not losing anything. So I had 33 big blinds. See how many pay here. 51 spots pay almost 3K to first, and then we got all the bounties, of course. Prize pool went over a little bit. It seems like that happens a lot. So 115 people's average. We got 124K. It's about 24 to the money. Wow, that guy flopped the no with the straight or yeah, straight flush redraw. I shared its bounty. Oh, 51 spots, not 54. Got a beautiful 9-10 in the big blind. And we flop trip 9. He chooses to bet low, so I mean, when he bets low, he definitely could have some flush draws. I'm gonna raise it up here. So I have him on a flush draw. I mean, he could possibly have a queen, but I'm gonna check to induce here. I think he just had a flush draw. And I've played with Viet. He's aggressive. He had a flush draw and the queen. He's not calling a raise, right? So, and we got queens here. Got a little fire, and now we're 11th in chips. I don't think he calls a raise there. I honestly didn't even think he had the queen. Oh my gosh, we have a boat. Let's go. This could definitely be the start of one of the sickest comebacks. Remember, guys, we had 6 point something big blinds. Now we got 51, fourth in chips, 69 players left. And 11th in chips over here of 69. So we got Well Fitness. We had him, I think, in our first bullet. Very aggressive. So I have a story for you guys. A feel-good story, and there's no way you can't believe in God when this stuff happens. So I was doing my trail, which consists of massive stairs. Like they're man-built huge wood stairs, right? And they go straight up or straight down. So I just started the trail and it had been raining and it goes straight down, right? I was going down, I stepped on one of the stairs and because it was wet, I slipped up. So my whole body catapulted backwards and I landed on my spine on the stair behind me. And it happened. Like it felt like it was slow motion. Like everything just started going slow. And when I landed, I didn't feel anything. And I was actually scared because I didn't feel anything. But then I got up. I was fine. I was walking fine. I never felt anything. And today I was like, well, maybe there's a possibility I wake up and I'm sore or something. And I wasn't. The only thing I feel is a little quirk in my back, but maybe just from sitting here, I don't know. But isn't that wild? God is so good. There's no way. I mean, and honestly, the best part about the story is no joke. When I do my walking, I always pray and I always thank God for protecting me. And I tell him how grateful I am to be able to be there and have the physical health to do so, etc. I was literally starting my prayer, and that's at the beginning of my prayer. So I'm in the middle of my prayer basically while I'm flipping in the air and somehow managed not even to get a bruise or hurt or anything. God is good, guys. He is so good. Okay, so the Millie has 1 hour and 13 minutes left of reg. We are 14th in chips out of 70. And if you're just joining, it looks like my numbers just bumped a little bit. I'm making a run. Oh my gosh, I gotta go for this bounty. Holy moly. So they'll probably call off too. See if I can get some others. We gotta watch this. Okay, let's go, Jack 8. We're live. Jack! Jack! Oh, dang it. I had to go for that bounty. That's the biggest bounty I've seen. It was a $70 bounty. And if I get called behind, I could have 2 bounties. And also, these guys had only a little over 10 big blinds. So if I get hit, I get hit. It is what it is. But I took the chance to hit that bounty. It was in a good spot because he had a pretty decent bounty. Okay, on this one, we hit top pair, backdoor flush draw, but no love. Okay, anyway, guys, I was down to 6.5 big blinds on this 30K PKO. Made a run, got a couple bounties, and now we have 64 players left. 51 is going to be in the money. Whoop. No. Rush. Now we have a flush and a straight draw. 4 or a heart will do the job. He's slowed down to this 5, so he probably don't have a lot of aces. I'm gonna stab at it. I think he continues with all of his aces, but he could hero call 8s or 7s or something like that. I think he called. Well, he's still in the tank. He folded. Yeah, I just don't think he had anything to call. Oh, no! I was gonna flat to see if one of these two burned rubber and able to call behind, but that hurts. Who did ace 10? Maybe it saves us. Okay, so these are all 3-bet show stacks. So I'm gonna see if I could get a light call here and just go for their bounties. And I'm gonna pill here. If we smash the 8, we're gonna super get paid because it's hard to put us on 9-10. Hopefully Viet doesn't raise. I feel an 8 coming. No call. Sorry, guys. We're gonna have to fold this. So I think Spank Copita definitely has a king, maybe king 9, king 10 suited, maybe even king jack, or he just has like 9s or 10s. Oh, he had 4s and he rivered. He rivered. He rivered the straight. Wow. Wild. Okay, we are 7 from the money in this 30K. I had a chance at a big bounty, or a pretty big bounty. The biggest one I've seen at the table. He had 170, I think, or 140. The blinds just went up again. So these guys are starting to stall with the time bank because they are short and we are 3 from the money. Or actually now we should be going hand for hand. We're going to be going hand for hand as soon as this hand is over. We got 52 players left, paying 50 first. Next prize is $191. He question marked it, but like it's such a nutted hand. It don't matter. I'm not calling 8-3 anyway for half a 75. But yeah, it's super nutted because he's on hand for hand and he's short and people are going for bounties. So he has a super nutted hand, but I couldn't even question to call. We would have a major decision if we had like King 9 or something. I'm not sure why he's time banking. We're on hand for hand. So you know we're on hand for hand. So it looks like I got moved tables in the millie. And we are in the money. In the 30K. Got pocket 8s. I feel an 8 coming. Definitely deep enough to set mine here. Could also pill one. There are some hands and some turns that are going to slow him down, even if he did have like a big pocket pair. So it gives us a free card. But if he barrels, it's like the jack or the spades. He's barreling, unfortunately. So now I get a fold. It could be ace king with the king of spade or ace of spade, but when he barrels that size, you know, give it up. It looks like the biggest bounty at the table has 5 big blinds, and he's gonna have to go in soon, so that's gonna be interesting. Unfortunately, I wake up with the worst hand. It's a decent amount of short stacks here. Yeah, they're getting it in. It's a pretty smart move for him to get in here with somebody he can win a bounty with. And he did have an ace. King 5 has a flush draw. And ace 4 holds. We still have the big bounty, and he has 9.7 big blinds, so that's good. And it just got bigger.
Like a bell in the snow, do you want my praise? What I've done is we open his window, the one of these days.
We're gonna try to smash this gutter ball. We're swinging, guys. We're swinging. I think he was thinking about hero calling us with like an ace. But we have sixes in our range. We have the backdoor flush draws. We have the straight on the turn, so felt like it was a good board to bluff. He did want to look us up. I felt that with ace high. Guys, if you're just joining, I am in the money with 42 players left in this 30K PKO. Unfortunately, I only have 3 bounties, I believe. And in the millie, I'm 27th of 81 players. It's a day 2, and there's still a little less than an hour left of reg. I was considering a 4-bet. We can't let I wrote the book continue to just 3-bet, 3-bet, 3-bet us, but when he 4-bets and the sign is, especially it's pretty nutted. But I wrote the book, likes to 3-bet, obviously. So then our light button opens are gonna have to go down. I just put a little note in there. So we know he likes to 3-bet squeeze a lot. Does it make you guys dizzy that I go back and forth to the screens like that? Because I could just do one screen side by side, but then it's going to be harder to see it. So if you guys have any feedback on me going back and forth to games, the difference would be is 2 smaller size. I really like the big size so you guys can see it and you can see all the numbers, etc. But let me know if it drives you nuts, then it drives you nuts. We're going to get this in. He opened 3 big blinds on 23 big blinds. He could have jacks or tens. Could have a weaker ace. He has a weaker ace. And we vote. Ace queen finally pays off. I knew it. I mean, I actually just never thought I'd see the day. So I'm going to try the time bank trick. I really kind of want to just call off here. I think it's a call, but I'd rather have these guys covered for their bounties, and this is a big bounty, so I was actually just trying to get through more so on that. But we didn't get through, so I'll just fold. I'd rather have the biggest bounty covered. I think that's more important than calling off right there. And honestly, if I'm opening, I should just be shoving with these stacks behind, but I didn't want to shove queen 10s with the 17 big blind there. I just heard that I wrote the book is BJ, he's a big crusher. He plays a lot on the Gulf Coast. I am glad I know that. I might not mess with him now. Dang, they got the big one out. So it looks like there's an all-in and a call. Tens and kings jack. Time's left to vote. The blinds are about to go up, so my stack's gonna go down, and I don't really want to mess around with some of these hands on such a shallow stack depth, and especially because it's gonna get more shallow. So I just elected to fold. Even getting decent odds with the suited gapper is just not really worth the chip utility when I don't have it. So yeah, so it dropped significantly to 13.5 big blinds. 29 players left. And we have gone cold, ladies and gentlemen, but hopefully we can pick up a few hands, bust a few players, and go to a final table. See what's going on in this end. So when he bets this flop, it's usually not a king, with me behind and these guys. So he probably just has like he probably called with nines, eights, tens, something like that pre-flop, and then just figured he could take it down and continues. But it's not really worth going after the bounty there. We don't have these stacks covered. Um, we just have a terrible hand. It's almost 3K up top, so 70, almost 70 is not worth the risk there. So I've seen a lot of players ISO some really bad hands in PKO, and I think that there's some madness behind it and less theory, but could be wrong. I am no expert on PKOs and plan to start studying now that I'm playing them more. If you guys got any hot tips for PKOs or mystery bounties, let me know. It would be super appreciated. And we got a crusher watching the Morgan McBriar Beast Mode. She's amazing. Just took second in the main at Beau Rivage. 158K, is that right? Yeah, so I am actually sitting next to our hubby in the millie. And no surprise, it was the player that kept 3-betting me. To my left. He wrote the book, guys. No joke. Am I going to see you in Vegas, girly? I get there the 19th. So we have gone ice cold over here. But I am very fortunate to be where I'm at because we are at about 6.5 big blinds, probably like 20 from the money at one point. All right, here it comes. Double hand, 2 bounties. All right, we'll take it. So these guys fold, these guys shove. I take both of them out. I mean, I'm not folding much if he comes in. I'm not folding if he comes in. Not off 11.8 big blinds. He folds though. This one's not worth it. The opener could just have me dom mode, but he had sevens. We'd be drawing an ace or 6, and we wouldn't get it. And he had jacks, so he would have lost the 2 of them. We definitely set mine this. We get a flush draw flop, and we have the overpair. Now we have an open ended and a flush draw, so I'm going to check jam this. See if we can't get some overpairs to, well, actually with the sizing, I don't think, yeah, you bet it's half. We're just gonna get it in here. And we get a snap. And yeah, the flush. Oh my goodness. All right, good game. Yeah, king nine of hearts. I thought about four betting in pre. A lot of the button three bets can be light, and when I turn an open ender with the flush redraw, I feel like we could possibly get some overpairs to fold. Maybe even some bigger hearts. And then we have equity towards any hearts, or like if he just calls with like a big heart, like the ace of heart, we're ahead. And then we have equity if called, if he had an overpair. So we have the flush equity if you don't have a overpair with the flush draw, and then we have the open ender. So we have 17 outs unless we're dead, like I was. So unfortunately, that was a bad play. What's up, Decaf? You just missed me make a very fatal error. Okay, well now I gotta win this because I messed that one up. I think that he has to fold like a lot of his overpairs that don't have hearts there. So like aces, kings, queens with no hearts, I believe, just have to fold. And then maybe even like ace, queen, queen of heart can fold. Ace, queen, ace, jack, jack of heart can fold. Ace, 10, 10 of heart can fold. Maybe we could get a lot of folds there. Um, yeah, we were in a bad spot though, as far as we were dead. I can't remember the last time I got it in dead, guys, so that's the positive news. But all right, I'm gonna focus on this one. And honestly, I should have just worried about that pre-flop. I'm getting, we get a high percentage of three bets on the button that are on the lighter side. What do you think, guys? You guys hate that play? The eighth play? Why do we have to turn the open end it and the board just stays below eights? Like that's such a sick setup. Like it was like a king or a queen or like an ace. All right, well, good luck, BJ. I hope you take it down, and I hope to see you at the final table because I'm not done yet. Also, like the percentage of him flopping a flush is so low. Like I can't. I think it's like 4%. It's just too low to really give him credit for a flush there. If you run into it, you run into it. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, if you are just joining, I just busted the millie again for the second time. This time I check jammed pocket eights on a very low board. I had an open-ended straight draw and a flush draw, but unfortunately ran into the second nut flush. And I busto again. The first time I triple barreled queen high flush draw, I put him on a smaller flush draw or possibly a higher flush draw. I was correct, but he also had a gutter to the 8, and it was the perfect 8 of spade on the river to good game us. We got snap called. Oh, thank you, Morgan. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for being here. So this is usually a slam dunk shove. With bounties, I'm gonna get called a lot lighter, but 8 big blinds, I can, I can see the blinds and still be okay. I didn't feel it. Yeah, I was definitely right. It's hard to shove, under the gun with a 6 offsuit. It seems like a slam dunk shove, but I wanted to pick a better spot. There are only 23 players left, so even if I get through the blinds, I'm still gonna have 7 big blinds for a couple minutes and positions, so meter waves almost got 3 bounties there. Oh, that's good to know, Morgan. Yeah, it's tough when it's an over to the board, open ended. Like you have so much equity. If you don't have a heart, we have the heart plus the open ended straight flush draw, and then you just get like all these folds with like ace. Well, I don't know about all the folds, but like good players will fold there. So I got like all the sets, I got all the flushes, etc. But I'd rather be shoving twos than calling off twos. That's good to hear because you an absolute crusher, and I was like, was that the best play? But yeah, I just ran into it. He shouldn't have the flush very often there. 96% of the time, he doesn't have the flush. So that's what we're betting on. And like for him just to barrel, like he just bets the nut flush off the flop and then shoves it or bets again or barrels on the turn. Pretty nuts when they just have the flush there. It looked like a big heart, right? Like a big heart, or even if it, like an overpair, but all right, 19 players left, guys. I'm 17th of 19th. This is about the same stack size I came back from earlier, so let's see if I can do it again. Next prize gets $252, but we don't want that. First and second gets almost 3K. Third is 2,200. Fourth is 17. Fifth is 14, and then we got all these bounties. You can get them. Wow, this guy has massive 408. Okay, so the goal is to run it up, not. Oh, what? That's Robbie J. Robbie J. Lude has all the chips. I wonder if she'd be playing Jack 4 all night. Yeah, Morgan, I was actually, I wanted to 4-bet it. I wanted to 4-bet 8, so I should have just went with it. Alright, we need a double up hand. Yeah, the first time I busted the Millie Morgan, I barreled a queen high flush draw with the king out. So second nut flush draw, player with a shallow stack, um, was chasing an inferior flush draw with the gutter ball draw to the 8 with 7-9 suited and rivered the 8. So unfortunately, 2 times today I ran into it. But at least I can fortunately say that doesn't happen a lot, so that's good. Alright, I'm officially 17th out of 17th. I have probably one hand to look at. I think I'd rather go all in dark, but actually not in this case because of the bounties. Let's just hope for a good hand. I haven't had a big pocket all day, not even a bit. So let's go. One big pocket today for triple F. Alright, we'll go with ace deuce. And we'll min click it in case no one's paying attention. It would be awesome to get this one in. He didn't go. Fold. So Robbie J. Lou just called me Fartex Rising. I'm not entirely sure what she's saying, or if that's even her. Fartex Rising? What is she talking about, guys? Fartex Rising. Do you guys know what she's talking about? Maybe something about Texas? Maybe something about farting? I have no clue. So guys, the reason I min clicked on such a small stack is because a lot of times people aren't paying attention and it looks like I'm just open like normal and it looks very strong under the gun so we could get some folds and honestly we don't want a bunch of calls to go after our bounty with ace offsuit. It's not a great hand. So I think if RIP Mamba was paying attention, he definitely would have put me all in or at least called the flop. So this huge bounty only has a few big blinds. I got him covered, so maybe I can get lucky. Let's get lucky. And 16 out of 16. Well, if no, Izem's definitely 16 now. I'm 15 out of 16. This would be a great comeback. Hi, sweetie. What you doing? Here. Okay, big hand versus not so big hand. Triple up. Quadruple up. All right, I'll take it. So I actually want a double and a call. We'll go full stack here. We double. Here we come back. Here we come back. Here we come back. Here we come back. Now we get a big bounty. Not with this one though. Do we know what the total players were on this? 365. He'll jump him. Yes, be my bodyguard. I love it. You're hilarious. Yeah, I'll try again tomorrow. I'm gonna win this one first. Big comeback. All right, let's go, guys. Game. I have not seen Ace King all day, guys. So this is a big cheesy smile. Okay, so we're gonna make it look like we don't want a call by doing this. Anyone that pays attention knows. Okay, come on in, Izem. Come on, Izem. Come on in. Even if I lose, I want the chance to take that bounty. He folds. Hey, who's gonna double me up? Oh, double. Glamour. Morgan, you're too funny. Oh, should I ask Robbie what that meant? I didn't even ask. King six suited, I'd rather be shoving than calling off with. And I truly hope I get this heads up with the big blind. That would be a dream. But the 38 stack should just be shoving his whole range here, unfortunately. Yeah. So I got both the blinds covered. If I get an opportunity to shove this, I will. But I got two shove stacks before me, and then I don't have meter waves covered. And I do believe that meter waves has been playing a pretty tight range. I don't think this is a loose shove by any means. And I hate calling off bad aces. Even though we have 9.7 big blinds, I'd rather be shoving this hand, so no shame in folding bad aces. And we got time. You need to come around more often, Chica. Alright, I'm definitely getting this in. So I'd rather be the shover than the caller here. You need to hang out more often, Morgan. I'm dead serious. Have you stabbed the Millie yet? Oh, like, sometimes I wish on the bigger ones there was a little more play and the blinds weren't so fast. But it's still really nice that it goes fast. So I can't complain too much about it. Wow, sixes, fade, two overs, a gutter ball, and a flush draw right there. That probably is Robbie J. Lou. Look at that bounty, 548. Jeez, alright, I need a really big comeback. And then I gotta knock out Robbie J. Lou. Let's see what she said. She didn't say anything. So I'm 11 of 15 now, only 8.8 big blinds. But fortunately, 5 minutes left in this round. I feel like suited, we can get this in, especially with these guys so short behind. But with so many players behind and King Jack offsuit, it's just not the best shove. It looks like Izom's gonna get in here, and Rolling Slow gets in. But they've been pretty tight, probably have a decent range, yeah. Wow, I would've won that with Queen Jack. Ooh. And maybe that's a shove there with those two short stacks behind, I'm not sure. But ace nine is definitely going to be big enough, and RIP Mambo can call some lower aces here, some kings, queens, etc. And he's got a big bounty, so. Oh, I should actually note this. Okay, we are 5 players away from this final table. I've been short for quite some time. I came back from 6.5 big blinds before the money. Doubled with 6 big blinds late. All right, I feel my double up hand coming. Triple up hand. Ooh, mama's hand. I got mama's hand. Should I do it? Those are my jokers. I'd rather be suited though. I can't come over the top. I could have possibly shoved though. If you guys don't know, Queen 8 was my mama's favorite hand, and anytime I get it, I swear it's just like nuts. It's my joker hand, especially suited. So if I get into a position where I can play it, I will. I'm obviously not gonna game over on it if I don't have to. Flop gutter ball there. Backdoor second nut flush draw. Aww, you're the best mama. You really are. I, I wish I was there at the pool party. Got sixes. Come on, Rip Mamba, let's get it in. I'm gonna flop a 6 of clubs. Well, I'm getting it in, and I have big blind covered, but he has a pretty good stack. I'm gonna flop a set though. Oh, so I can show him my flop set. Nope. No way. I love flamingos. They're so pretty. Oh, ace 4. I don't feel it, guys. I'm gonna let it go. I still have 6 minutes in this blind level, so even if I go through the blinds, I still have a decent shove stack. I'd rather just get a better shove in. So let me get this straight. You're decorating in your backyard with flamingos right now. So you're like the most talented multitasker I've ever seen. I can see you like sticking them up, like putting them up, looking up on your phone, like one-handing it. That's awesome. Ooh, I have him covered, but it's not really worth it. I think there's more value in getting a double. And going for the first place prize. Obviously, I'm probably behind to his hand. 9 high. But yeah, my friend, what, actually, a couple of my friends have been telling me about Club WPT. I'll check it out. I've only been playing on this one because it's so amazing. But yeah, I heard they're like giving away tons and tons and tons of money. I saw your nominee for the Minions also. Let's go. You're gonna do it. You're gonna do it. You're gonna do it. If a woman can win the main, it would be you, dude. I'm not joking. And I know you're humble as shit, but okay, sounds good. Hopefully next time we talk, I came back and won this thing. Super short stack doubled with ace three suited. Versus my mama's hand. If I had mama's hand, I would have won. Alright, guys, we're getting close to a pressure spot. I don't get too pressured very easily, but we have about a minute and 35 seconds before these blinds are going up, and we're about to hit the big blind. So, need to get it in fairly soon, and this is going to have to do it. So, we'll open 4 big blinds, and then obviously call off. Right, let's go double. We need a 6. We need a 6. Ah! We got a chop. I'm gonna take a chop. Oh my god, now we got A6 again. Unbelievable. Oh shoot, I timed out. That's alright. I didn't fill that one, and we have enough now to get through the big blind and still have a decent show stack. We should be able to get to the big blind and have four big blinds. Yeah, we're okay. The time just expired on mine, so I'm about to hit the big blind plus the time, the increase. So I'm somehow ninth in chips out of, well, it just switched to 10, but out of 12 players and 4.6 big blinds. He's essentially putting me in. I know it looks like a tight fold, guys, but he is telling me he has a hand, and I may or may not be live, but he has a lot of king queens, ace jacks, king jacks, etc. So I'd rather be shoving four big blinds with a range that's not completely crushed. And rolling slow has been very tight. It's 18% VPIP. All right, now we need a dub. Can we get aces one time all day? Or kings one time all day? Queens will work. Queens will work. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Oh no, we don't have Mamba covered now. Oh, gosh, not good. Well, he didn't go anyway. All right. Flopping a queen of diamonds. Now we don't need no queen. Go. Stay in the left. Stay in the left. Ha, 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 ha. Stay in the left. How do we get queens right there? Now this would be the best comeback with 3.9 big blinds and 6.5 big blinds and 6 big blinds. So 3 comebacks. One more double and we got a chance for first place. Okay, I guess we just gotta ask for a hand, right? So we haven't had aces or kings all day. Can we get aces or kings and double? Triple. Rip Mamba is probably the tightest player I've seen on a stat. I unfortunately didn't wake up with nothing there. Rip Mamba down a double with king 7. 5 fives. It's gonna be good enough. And actually, I should have shoved this, but a click with these blinds looks so nutted. Like, and then also the reason we want to do it light right there and be able to click fold sometimes is to show that you're able to do it light. So like that's aces all day usually, right? When you click on 8 big blinds under the gun, aces, kings, queens, maybe even ace king suited, but those usually just shove. So like in order to get paid in these spots, we gotta make it a habit to kind of balance some spots. So I don't mind taking a balance there and like instead of shoving fives under the gun, and you have all this action behind you, right? What if I min clicked on my stack and then rolling slow jammed and cinnamon twerk snapped and then this guy jams behind? Like, what do? I can just fold and still have 6 big blinds. So, and then like I said, it looks super, super nutted. You get like some overs to fold in the big blind. Look at RIP Mamba is making that comeback. He, he was down to that would be sick if we went heads up. Super sick. And I was going to shove Queen Jack if Mamba folded, but I'm not calling off Queen Jack. So.
Before you get in, would you go ahead and box? Yeah. Okay, let's wait one time. All right,
Let's do this. Let's go. Let's go. Get it in, Mamba. We're gonna triple up. I've been feeling a set of 8s, so this might be the time. Let's go, 8. Later, race. Oh no. $8. Ah, sick, kitty. All right, we're short again. That was a massive flip. My goodness. Okay, I'm gonna need a miracle. Ace ace. Ace ace. 8-2 is not going to do it. That would have been a decent bounty. And we finally have over 9 big.